Alright, I think now you hear me. Sometimes my microphone just shut down. Okay, I think it's better now. Okay, I'm not sure if you didn't even hear my idea on this one. My idea was to check first if the distance between I checked the distances between the zeros and nines on the map. And if the distance between these nines are bigger than 9, then they are not reachable for this zero. Because every step has to go up one number, always. So you can't jump from 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, as I understand it. And then I will check if if you can. It checked like one in each direction. Okay, this one has the 0 here, but does it has in one of the other 3 direction a 2? If yes, I will check if it's has a 3 somewhere. If yes, then it goes through until the 9, hopefully. And if this can't be, then it's just a false and we don't count it. My ears are bleeding now, but I can hear you. Oh, sorry. Sometimes my voice is a bit, how to say when it's a bit too loud? In OBS it showed as a red area, but I try to be at least in the okay area all the time. Yes, this was my idea for this one. So for every 0, we will get every 0 of this map. I just checked, it's not too much. It's actually very fine. But actually I just need to get every 0 on the map, which has a 1 as a neighbor. And then I will check for every 9 on the map, which has an 8 as a neighbor. And then I will compare if the 0 can reach the 9 in 9 steps. And if that works, then it's a true way. Then it's one true way for the 0. But one 0 could have several several passes to different 9s. So let's see. First of all, get all the 0s, and the first thing what we always do is get the data. Variable data equals string. No, we'll take the test here, the example. This one is the example, and we'll just sorted data equals array equals empty array at the beginning. It doesn't even matter as I say array before. I don't need to do this. I'm tempted to just suggest throwing a star at this and calling it a day. Wait, I'm tempted to just suggest throwing a star at this and calling it a day. What do you mean with a star? Oh, now you have a crown because you are subscribed. A star is the pathfinding algorithm. Oh, yeah, that's why I know it. Okay, I ever used it. But is this the way how, is that the attempt of them for that you're doing it? But how to use a star, I have no clue. I just used it as the inbuilt function for the pathfinding movements. A star search algorithm. Worst case performance, worst case space complexity. Navigating around a randomly generated maze. Okay, I don't even understand this one. Which language is that? And which is it written? Is it... But it should work if you do. It might be a bit overkill, which is only why I'm not fully committed to say to go for it. I mean, actually, it would be a nice thing to know how to implement an A star. I mean, how to do A star. Um, because it will help for sure for games to do some movements for NPCs or something. I'm sure you could find some implementation for it in GD script. Mm, it's a class. An implementation of A star for finding the shortest path between two vertices on a connected graph in 2D space. Okay, here I can. Returns the idea of the closest point to position. mm, get points, get point count. Has point, is point disabled. Estimate cost, compute cost. Add point, are points connected. Returns whether there is a connection segment between the given points. If B directional is false, returns whether movement from ID to ID is possible through this segment. ID int to int. B directional bool. What is B directional? The cost is gonna be the key here, so if the number isn't incremental, the cost is infinite and the tile is impassable. Called when computing the cost between two connection points. Note that this function is hidden in the default A star 2D class. Start end and end start. Can go both ways. Okay, okay. Okay, B. Yes, B, both direction. Okay, makes sense. B directional. Alright. But I'm thinking if I should use, I mean, if this inbuilt thing is usable for me and if I really should use it, I would like to do it, try to find a solution myself at some point. First of all, I will, how was it? Data dot slice equals data dot slice split. Oh, I always forgot it. Mm, split split backslash n. And I mean, my idea was to... I mean, to check it, I need a for loop. Since yesterday, I'm a bit afraid to use for loops. But my idea was to check first of all zeros, which has a 1 as a neighbor. So this one, 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 this one. And then I'll check for every 9th, which has a 8 as a neighbor. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So actually every in this case. And then I want to check if this 0 can reach this one by checking always the neighbors. Okay, the neighbor 1 here is here. Alright. But here are 2 ones now. So I have to check both ones, and then I check if this 1 has a neighbor which is a 2. And if this is the case, it will check if this 2 has a 3, and so on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And at some point, if it can't walk one step up, this route will fail. And then it checks for the next one. But the problem is it could split at several points. For example, this one could go to this direction, it could go to this one, and then here. In this case, we are lucky that it both will lead to the 9. But it also could fail here at this point when the 4 would be here rather than here. But it doesn't matter. And whenever it reaches a 9, we will count it. Fortunately for you, that's almost exactly how A star works. Oh. You're just missing a few steps. I'm missing a few steps? I'm missing a few steps. I mean, actually I could do it with in both directions at the same time. And the cost here would be 9, right? As the cost shouldn't be longer than 9. So this would be one cost, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. For our sake, everything would be just one cost, but if a path was impassable, the cost would be infinity, or a really large number. You start by analyzing the nodes and picking the next cheapest cost after you calculate the cost of all the neighbors. So if the cost would be the number it's stating on. For example, this one is 1. And from this one to this one, the cost is also 1. But the cost of this one to this one would be 3. So this won't be a possible way to go. And this one would be 7. The distance to the desired position plus cost of the movement itself. Like moving through water would be a cost of 2 instead of 1 moving on land. Okay, so... Like moving through water would be cost of 2. The distance is included because obviously you want to get closer to the destination and not going further away. But in a nutshell, that's A star. Finding the shortest path between two vertices on a connected graph in 2D space. To find the shortest path between two vertices. See A star 3D for a more thorough explanation how to use this class. A star 2D is a wrapper for A star 3D that enforces 2D coordinates. Used in pathfinding and graph traversal. The process of plotting short paths among vertices, passing through a given set of edges, segments. It enjoys widespread use due to its performance and accuracy. Godot's A-star implementation uses points in 3D space and Euclidean distances by default. What? By what? I mean, Euclidean? What is that? Relating to or denoting the system of geometry based on the work of Euclid and corresponding to the geometry of ordinary experience. Well, the definition is even more. You must add points manually with add points and create segments manually with connect points. Once done, you can test if there's a path between 2 points with the are points connected function. Get a path containing indices by get ID path or one containing a tree coordinate with get point path. It's also possible to use non-Euclidean distances to do so. Create a class that extends A star 3D and override methods compute cost and estimate cost. Both take 2 indices and return a length as it's shown in the following example. Estimate cost should return a lower bound of distance. For example, estimate cost UV compute cost is smaller than compute cost. This serves as a hint to the algorithm because the custom might be computation heavy. If this is not the case, make estimate cost return the same value as compute cost to provide the algorithm with the most accurate information. The default estimate cost and compute cost methods are used. As it returns a lower bound of the cost, then the path returned by A star will be the lowest cost path. Here's the cost of path equals the sum of the compute cost results of all segments in the path multiplied by the weight scales of the endpoint of the respective segments. If the default methods are used and the weight scales of all points are set to 1, then this equals the sum of Euclidean distance of all segments in the path. Alright, I think. Want to know? Okay. But if it's a class, an A star 2D Doesn't make sense. But I mean, what's the way to call these functions? Is it called on a vector 2D? No, compute cost. Did I have to extend this node by... But get closest point. I mean, that means I will check from this itself. That doesn't make sense. I mean, how should I call this one on here? They really seem to make it difficult to set this up in Godot, don't they? Um, I mean, actually, you in a game with you want searching for this one here, you were searching for this one in the world, like in a 2D space or in a 3D space. So I have to, I mean, I need the data is something I can this call, I mean, I can call this one only on a A star class. Oh, as something what's inherit from an A star, yeah, but even for a tile map, and it doesn't seem like you can just show an array of vectors at it. You could with vector 2i's, I think. Wait, a vector? I vectors? Whatever. I mean, it would be possible. But I don't want to create a tile map first here and then check afterwards for the distances. I only see at point taking single indexes, vectors. At point. At point, ID, position. Adds a new point at the given position with the given identifier. The ID must be 0 or larger and the weight scale must be 0, 0 or greater. At the point, does there already exist a point for the given ID? Its position and weight scale are updated to the given value. Get point connections. Returns 2, 3. So to clarify, they want you to call at point for each element in your 2D space and then connect all the neighbors manually. Seems like that, yeah. This actually works in our favor because we only need to connect nodes incrementally and can actually skip the ways for impassable tiles. So an A star, it is working like a map? Is that a map? going from 9 to 0, we can set bidirectional false. Yeah, but what is task 2? Bidirectional? As you find the way to the peaks of the mountains, find a way backwards. But you can go 2 steps. You can go 2 numbers down at a time. It's a map in the atlas sense of the word, but the data structure term would be a graph. A graph. Alright. Okay, alright. So okay, so this one is 0, 0, then it's 0, 1, then it's 1, 1, and then it's 2, 0. Wait. Zero 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 one. 1, 1. 2, 0. These are the points of this example. Connect points 1 and 3 because they are connected diagonal. And 1 and 2. Alright, and 4 is not connected with any. Okay, but when I connect them manually, I'm just bitching about the way you have to add them. Would be nice to be able to just pass in an array of vector 2s. I mean, you can call this one with the for loop on the array, right? For vector 2. Wait. Oh, since yesterday, I'm afraid of using for loops. I mean, I need to have the value 8, for example, and I need a position for this one. Yep, but it's gonna be a pain trying to keep track of those IDs manually. So with hello Rubik's. Okay, I think I got my Plinko ID figured out. Nice. Also, only care about the neighbors. Good after morning. Good after morning, Rubik's. You only care about the neighbors. So with this class, you technically don't need the 8 value. So with this class, you technically don't need the 8 value. Which 8 value do you mean? Only care about the neighbors. The 8 in the string array. The actual numbers of the string we do not care about. Eight numbers. Only care about the neighbors. So here's what I'm thinking we do. We go from left to right, top to bottom, and use modulus. And get our ID for each node. With ID you mean like 8, 9, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. In the first row. And we do it in this way. First this one, then this one, and so on. Once we add all the nodes to the A-star class, we need to do exactly what you mentioned earlier and check each position and see if it has a value above it adjacent and connect that node. So for the first one, we have a 9 to the right, so we connect IDs at 0 and 1. Okay, let's try it. So what we... Okay, I'll try it. Is this one... Can I set it whatever I want? What is the first thing of add point? What I'll put there? Add point ID adds a new point at the given position with the given identifier. The ID must be 0 or larger and the way scale must be 0, 0 or greater. So the ID has to be unique. We have a 1 on the right, so connect ID 2 and 3 and so on. But how I'll keep the data? The data is actually here. So we only check here. If the number on position, if the point on position 0, 0 and 0, 1, we have to check the array for that. Once we convert the data to the A star node, we don't need data anymore. Oh yeah, that's true, because if they wouldn't be, but we need to keep track of where the zeros and nines are. Yes, we need the zeros and the nines. The rest doesn't matter. Wayne Gaming. Hello, hello, welcome. So we create a new A star. Convert data to A star. A new A star. A star 2 dimension. Um, four. So, but I need to connect them actually. The same time I'm creating them that I can check if the position below on the right. 9 or 7, for example, for this 8. So just adding them all first, then going back and connecting them again. Alright, for number in. For row in. Um, ID. Need a counting ID. And now the vector to right. And it is um Um, I mean, it's empty. Okay, it's 8 by 8. So the amount is right. But why the IDs are not sorted? Is it normal? Is it just sorting them in a random way? Doesn't have to be. I know. I just want to know why this is happening. So actually, it's filled with something. Can I get point positions? Um, just want to check if it's true. 1-0. Jose? I think I hope I say your name right. Thanks for following. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Okay, boss. So I think I'll put at the bottom of my Plinko board. Didn't mean to hit enter. No, you just make it more. It's like a cliff hang. Who knows? It's probably some sort of hash map index key set. We have an attack boost, defense HP heal, and experience points. Plinko bot. We have an attack boost, defense HP heal, and experience points. How you will attack and how you will defend. And how your enemies will attack and how you will how they'll defend. Who knows? It's probably some sort of hash map indexed key set. So wait, 0, 0. It's 0, 0. Then it's 1, 0. 1, 0 is here. So it's wrong. Oh no, it's X, Y. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. No, first number is X, not Y. Yes, yes, it's true. I just was confusing myself. There will also be an ability and a wait. With having a there will also be an ability and a void area. You roll dice to determine how many Plinko discs you will have. You will have base attack, defense, HP, all that stuff, but your ability, gosh, might fill by the amount of discs that lands. Gosh, the strength of the abilities? How do you attack here? And what will be your attack? The dicing? And then you will... I mean, like it's round based. First you, roll dices. Then you will through the disk, and whatever, how many, it doesn't matter how many it lands. I mean, the count of this one which lands, for example, like 6, will be the attack value you attack your enemy. Okay, so now we have all the vertices. All the vectors, all the points added. And now we want to connect this one, which has a neighbor, for... So you roll dice, and then if you roll a 5, you drop 5 discs. You have a base power of maybe 3 discs land and attack. So you roll dice, and then if you roll 5, you drop 5 discs. You have a base power of maybe 2. If 3 discs land and attack, your attack for this round will now be 5, and then you strike your opponent. Alright. Okay, so it's like double random if you how high your attack will be, but you will still attack with your base value. Interesting. Keep me updated on when you start to create the game. You have to finish this one. Okay. You mean when we start, lol? You will stream it? And if yes, when? That would be nice if you stream it. The last position is 7-7, yes, right. So what we need to do now is we need to get the points. Is there a way to get all the points as an array? Get point pass? Nope. Packed int. Get point IDs. Nope. If I do, it'll be my typical late night. You are early morning, like 10 p.m. or later. So roughly 12 hours for me now. Wait. You don't need to do that, just do another loop like you did before and check the neighbors. New function, please. Yes. On the 9s and 0s while we are at it. But I need to, I mean, I need at least a function to check the current positions ID. Like get ID. Or not? Check neighbors check points. Void. Alright, so for so now we check for the neighbors. Know the size of the map. Alright, for so we have the positions. For position in we can do it the same way like we did here, right? If we have the current position, but how do I use connect with the ID, right? Yeah, ID1 with ID2. If first and foremost, you need to get what number you are. I mean, here in this case, I'm an 8, so I mean, yeah, I have to check what number I am, and then I have to check what numbers my neighbors are. So if sorted data row index number index I don't need to convert it, but when I convert it I can say it's equals equals just go ahead and store it in a various sense. You're gonna need to use it 4 times. Wait, if current number equals um then no. If current number equals no, not equals. Not is the same. We don't want to check if it's the same. We want to check if it's a number higher or a number smaller. So if equals is right. If current number equals so we check if this one is smaller. I mean if this number is one number smaller. But I need it twice. I need to check too if it's one number bigger. Except it's a 9. My brain is not functioning. And now we're just checking for the right neighbor. But now we just check for the right side. So only for this neighbor. But if we want to check this one, we have to check the left neighbor too. And this one, and this one, and here we have to check even the up. No, we don't need to check the up neighbor. Wait, we check only the right one and the bottom one. And when the left one we already checked here. Oh, never mind. You always want to check up, down, left, and right. Up, down, left, and right. Always. Okay, but my question, when we go from here to here, and we check this number and this number, we don't need to check on this number up again. Because we already checked it here. So it isn't not enough to just check for bottom and right all the time? Down is the invalid one. Because we always check if the number is 1 times higher. I mean plus 1. Yes, but what if I check for if it's one number higher and one number lower. To the right and bottom. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can. Connecting nodes that are lower makes no sense given you have to go 0 to 9. You can't go from 9 to 0. Ah, okay. Now I understand this bool. This one. Now I understand this one. So this will only connect them in one way. But it will not connect them in this way. Alright. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. 1 to 2. Yes, but not from 2 to 1. Alright, I got it. So we check wait, we check up first. No, we check up first. So we have to do it. Then we check right. Then we check down. Then we check left. Might want to comment which direction is which for sanity's sake. Makes sense, yes? If this is the case, we just need to connect them. But how I get the right? I need to get the ID now. Up is wrong? Oh, I started with left. I just... Huh? Right is also wrong. X, Y. X, Y. Up is -1 here. Up, right. This is right. Thought it was YX in the array. Oh, yes. It's this way. This one is Y and this one is X. It's so confusing. I want that we split arrays horizontal, not vertical. Strings. I want that strings are splitted vertical. And you even called it row index. Yeah, sure. So down should be +1 left should be -1 at the number index. So this is true now. Yeah, seems to be okay. Alright, but now we need to connect them. And the only data we have here now is the position. I mean, is the left position and the right position, but here we can just connect them with the ID. You're only missing one thing out. Right now you will go out of bounds on the array. Oh. No. Um, if index number index +1 is um just a second, I forgot the left one. Number index -1 because it's fine when it's 0. And this one will go out of bounds because it's an array and starting at oh no, here what I'm still not sure if it's I think it's right. Missing one thing still. Yeah, I think also If not, you will find out real soon. That's true. But now how was the idea to connect them? As we need to connect them via the ID. Or can we connect them via the position? Connect points ID to ID. So how I'll get the ID? So the first row will have the IDs 0 to 8. So I want the ID of the array 0, 0. Since 1 plus 10 is 11. So if we have, for example, we want the number 15 on the second array. So we say a row is 8, has a size of 8, and this has the index 7. So we say connect. No, not connect. Current number plus wait, current number, for example, now is, let's say, 7. We have 8 rows. Um, no, current number won't work because we converted to an int. We just need sort. We actually just need this part. No, it's the same. Wait, I'm confused now. We want to send over a vector 2. And this is what I'm doing. And we say okay, maybe I make it a bit too complicated. Whatever, we have the vector now. Will work also. Convert to ID. We have. So what we need to do? Number index and row index. ID 1 is ID 0 is the first one. I mean, the first one is a very bad example. Let's say we have 2, 1. And we want to get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you want to got 11 and we have the numbers 2 and 1. I just need to do it once like this way, so it's a bit easier for me. And 2 is x. X equal, wait. Num index and row index. So we need oh no, it's 10. 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, it's ID number 10. But we don't have the current length of a row. This length is also important, but we have it here. Hello, Cubix, welcome. Return. You are killing me. No. I just try to make it in a way like I can use it in the future. I mean that I just maybe today is just not my day to think. Return num 0 plus sorted data dot length multiply now by num 1. Current number equals yes. So x is the row. Oh no, x is the num index. The current number is 2. This one is 2. Plus sorted data. Can just do sorted data 0 as they are all the same size. That is what I was thinking too. I just was wondering why I'm doing this. That's why I was a bit confused with writing. Keep writing. Sorted data dot length. So we have 8. But wait, sorted data and length is the vertical height. Plus. Oh no, multiplied. Now you say multiply by current number 1. So this would be, if I want to get 10, I just have to overthink it. Size then. Oh yeah, size is for arrays. Length is for strings. So we have current number. Let's say current number 0 is 2. Then we have plus. And then we have the size of 8 in this example, multiplied by row and by 1. Alright. So if we want to got 3, 0, so we will have 3 plus 0 multiplied by 0. So we have 3. Alright, it's enough checking for me. That's fine. Great. 8 multiplies 0, but yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, I just want to correct it. Alright. 8, yes, you said 0 multiplied by 0. Yes, it was 8. It's supposed to be 8. Alright. Expected closing after call arguments. Where did I forgot it? Oh, you need the third one. Alright. And we need to set it to false, as we just want to connect it in one direction, right? And now I have to be careful that I do it the right way. Row index plus 1. And number index minus 1. All right. So we connected all possible ways. The next step would be, can I check the connections? Is there a way to check connections? I just want to check it. So the first one, we didn't call this one. A star data dot and ID should be 0. Are your gross? Twitch recap says you are my 4th most watched streamer this year. Nice. Cool. Thank you very much. Did it also tell you how many hours you was here? And where do I see my recap? Did I have I should also have a recap. And I'm not sure if I have a streamer I'm always watching. I'm watching everything. Did we want to get the row here? Or the length of the horizontal way? 112 hours. That's a lot. So you spend minimum of... You was at least in... I stream for around 4 hours a day. But most likely 3 or... Yeah, 3. So you're almost 40 streams in total, but not always the full time. But wow. Thank you very much. Print. So let's see. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. That's not true. It also should be connected with number 9. 8. I'll be right back in a second. Alright, right back. But we have a problem here. Oh no, maybe not. It should be connected just to the right side because it just connected one way, but not 2 ways. So when we check for index 8, it should be connected with index 0. only. Perfect. So it's working. Oh, I have to switch back to the Christmas guy. Alright, that's overlay. Alright, back. Um, so we have all the connections, but I want one where we should have two connections, and that would be, for example, 17, if I'm right. Should have two connections. Ah, no. 15, 16, 17. Hmm. And 8? Wait, 8 should have two connections. Oh, Serret Skulls. I think we have a... No, we don't. Because I do it elves, right? But we always want to check both. Ah. But now it has three connections. And that's true. Alright, I shouldn't do it in elves, I should do it in ifs. So we check for all directions and not just for one, for the first one. Alright, it's working properly now. So we have all the possible connections, but how we use it now to searching away a cost of 9. And how a connection, does a connection cost something? I didn't get it yet. Get point wayscale. Return the wayscale of the point association with the given ID. Returns whether a point is disabled or not for pathfinding. By default, all points are enabled. Removes the point association with the given ID from the points pool. Called when computing the cost between two connected points. Note that this function is hidden in the default A*2D class. Okay, so every connection costs something. Called when estimating the cost between a point and the path ending point. Note that this function is hidden in the default A*2D. So I want to print the cost. Wrong code. I want to print the cost between this 0, so it's ID 2 and ID 1. From ID 2 to ID 1. Oh, well. I read it's hidden. So I have to. I have to write these two functions. I used or the supplied as macro method returns a lower bound. Whether the two given points are directly connected by a segment. Is that enough? Alright, no, that's okay, it's directly connected. I just want to check. Um, did I have to set the cost also? The weight scale is multiplied by the result of compute cost. At the point 0, 2 with weight scale 4 and ID 1. At the new point at the given position will give the identifier. The ID must be 0 or larger. Should I make the weight scale the current number? Like for example, 9 has the weight of 9 and the 1 has the weight of 1. Those all else being equal, the algorithm prefers points with lower weight scales to form a path. Those all else being equal. Oh, so I shouldn't. But could I not just give it a weight scale which is like 0 is 9 and 9 is 0? For the given ID, its position and weight scale are updated to the given values. Alright. Sorted data. Um, and row index. Or should I just set it to 1? This is the travel cost. Um, the hidden in the default A star. Get closest points in segment. Alright, this is not interesting, as it's a vector 3. Um, two positioned. But how? Get closest point to... Alright. Um, Right. This has to be but how I check for the weight now? Can I check for is connected? Or for or like for connection? R points connected. I mean, we have all the connections now, but now we need a path from 0 to 9. Also, we need every zeros and nines from this array. Get number by ID returns int or string an int. Get number by ID or get number by position? If oh by so we want to get all the zeros and all the nines. And then we want to check if it's possible to go from there to there. But I don't find a way to check if there's a possible way from 0 to 9. Wait, get ID pass. So let's say from ID 2 to 1. Two, 10, 11, 19, 18, 20. So let's check. 2, 10, 11, 19, 18. This is 26, 25, 17, 9, 1. What do you think how far I come in this 20 minutes you went here? Not that far. I just figured out that there's a way that I can check. I mean, I just found out that there's get ID pass. So what if I say now I want to check with 0? There shouldn't be, it should not be possible to go there. Right, so the array would be empty. So with this function, I can check if there's a possible way to go between these two parts. And first of all, we have to check if this 0, for example, can go to this 9, or to this 9, or to this 9, and so on. So I need a function which checks if a given 0 can go to every 9 in this array. Right, you were supposed to also find all the zeros and nines when you were looping through to connect the points. And from there you just find from the 0 to all 9s. Yes. And somewhere I need to store the count. Yes, exactly. So how do I got the zeros here? Did I store the positions of the zeros? Yes. Yeah, for sure. What else would I want to store? Um, Zero array. Nine array. You're overthinking it again. Oh. But did I can do it in the for loop? Because there are not all connections done yet. Absolutely. But I mean, we don't care about the connections. We just care if it's 0 or 9. Yes, but I was thinking if we could check directly. No, we can't. We don't care about the connection. We just care if it's 0 or 9. Yeah, but when it's 0, we want to check if it's possible to go to all the 9s. But not for this for loop. No, we don't. This we want to do later, right? We just store the ID. Okay, yes, but this was actually that what I want to do right now. So if current number equals 0, and then we got the position. No, we want to store the ID. Alright, so we store the zeros and nines. And then we need check possible passes. For in for 0 in 0 array for 9 in 9 array if then we say count possible connection count, but this is the total. I mean, I could increase the total count, or I can store every separately, like they did in the example. Like this one, 5, 6, 5, 3, 1, 3, 5, but it doesn't matter as we just need the total number at the end. Or if uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't know how you managed to break it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 zeros is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nines. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the count is true. Print the count for each trailhead. And the problem is I just have a total count. Current zero, current connection count equals 0. Here connection counts um 555 000 505. Um, I think, I mean, I was checking it at least for the first 0 and the first 9. Eh, eh, I need to get in a better habit of your variable names. What is wrong with my variable names here? Huh? What is wrong here? Expected else after. Oh. Um, Connect point start ID. Bigger than 0. Current number plus 1 equals. Row index is right. Number index. This will check for up. This will check for right. Number index plus 1. This is correct. Number index plus 1. Row index. The same. Here we want to check for down. Row index plus 1 is right. Here we want to check for left. Number index minus 1 is also right. Has to be bigger than 0, otherwise there's no left. Has to be bigger or equals to 0. Has to be smaller than the length or equals. Hello Mike, welcome. How are you doing? Did I forget an equal here? Yes. Or I could get rid of this equals when I don't set this one. All right, so it's working. Great. Let's see. I was staring at that for like a solid 5 minutes question if that was right. Me also, I always mess this up. This is the point what I always mess up in every code. In everything what I'm writing. I'm always thinking if I have to minus it by one now or not. I was staring off by one errors are the worst. But I'm happy that that I found them. Oh, we still have to calculate them together. Calculate result int um um or you could just add one to total count like you did before on like 96. Yeah, I could, but we don't know what is part two. Well, I could also just um whatever. Why it's strange? What? I mean, maybe it's not GD script. Maybe it's me. You know? Probably it's me. Okay, okay. Now it throws an error. Because it's returning void. Alright. What I'm doing here? Right. 489. Gold star. Yay! Spend a few minutes reviewing your hiking trail map before realizing something disappearing for a few minutes and finally returning with yet another slightly shared piece of paper. The paper describes a second way to measure a trailhead called its rating. A trailhead's rating is the number of distinct hiking trails which begins at the trailhead. For example, contains a single trailhead with rating 227 because there are 121 distinct hiking trails that led to the 9 on the right edge. Twenty, 24, 10, 4, 1, 4, 5, 8, 5. Okay. I'm confused. I mean, before we was checking if there's just one way to this 9, for example. But now we have to check all possible ways to this 9. So there's this way, 1, this way, 2, this way, 3. How do we get from 32 to 20, 207, 20? No, it's 81 in the example. We get from missed that part. So we go from 36 to 81. So now we don't have to check if there's one possible way. We have to check if there are several possible ways. All right. What is partial pass? Ah, okay. So when there's no possible way, then it still will find a way at least to find the closest way to this position. So how we got every path? Points that are in the path found by A star. Is ordered from the starting point to the ending point of the path. I'm thinking we can't rely on A star for this, but we can retrofit what you've done already to go through it manually. So that means for every we have to get each connected node, and if that it has multiple, we need to use that as a starting position. And we can get the connection. I understand it. So we have to I mean we can't go from we can't use this one anymore. We just check for every we start at every 0 like we did here. And then we check for the amounts of connections. And then for each connection of this one, we check also for the connections. I mean, when it's bigger than 1, then we have to check for each connection. Otherwise, we just go one step further. And so on. And for every ending, we will add a path. So let's count from 1 to 4. We check. This one has just one path. This is fine, but this two has two passes. So we have to check for both connections. And here we also have two ways. So at the end, we should end up with 1, 2, 3. 3 different ways. And we get the result of 3. So here at the 2, we have 2 ways. For each way, we have to check the connections. And there we also need to check the connection. This 3 has 4 fours. This one just 1. And then we check for every connection of the 8, for example. I mean, this one is a 3. For every 3, we count the connections. And whenever we end up in a 4, we will add 1 to the total count. So we do it by for 0, and we check every 0. We check the connection. 2, ID whatever, let's say ID 2. But ID 2 has connections with ID 3 and 4. Are we always... So is it... Did we doing it on a for loop? Or on a while loop maybe? Or we check... No... On the for loop. When we always check for the connections until we are at the end. Until we end up with 0 connections for each path. Oh, in this example, we have to end up with 3 endings. But we have to do it until the number 9. So we need... Nine for loops? Four? No. Wrong buttons. Punk, not the other word. F get... Alright, check all possible ways. Passes. So my idea was it for 0 in 0 array. Is it smart to check first if we check first if it's even possible to get from this 0 to this 9 before we check it? Or is it not necessary? I think it's not necessary. We don't need the 9s here now. What we need now is to only check. Or maybe we need the 9s now. So it's a bit easier. Or not. Get point connections. So here we would have 2 connections. For this 0 we have 2 connections. We don't. Oh, we have this one and this one. All right. Okay. But now Discord. Yeah, we are done. But mm, we still have to check until the end or not. I mean, how we know that there are no splits anymore? Oh, if there are two connections at a given node, four in this case. All right. Thus, you need to start the pathfinding again from these two nodes, trying to continue to get to your given 9. If not is empty, then we will say for node in if this is an array, so um For tree. There are so many for loops that I do not know how I should call them anymore. For possible pass in um if this pass still exists. Right, it's a bit confusing, right? So if we have more than one connection in this node, in a node from 0 to 9, then we have possible passes. For example, we stop at 5, like at 4. We have 2 passes now, and then we check for each of them if they are still connecting to this 9. And so on. And if this the case, wasn't that already? Or not? No, because this one could be also 7. And then this one would have 4 connections. I mean, at this point, we would have 2 possible ways again. Which will lead to this 9. So then we check again. For each connection. They still leads to. I mean, if they are, if it's still possible to go to the 9 there. But how many times I have to do a for loop? I think I'm overthinking it in the wrong direction again. I have to do a for loop just once. Because whenever it has more than one child, whenever it has more than one connection, and this connection is still able to get to 9, it's one possible way. So what I could do then is I just could increase the total count here or not. Is it not already this? Oh my god, what in the world is happening? I stepped away for a few minutes. I think it's beautiful. You are four loops in. I strongly trust me. So count plus equals 1. Okay. It's not 81. Okay, my idea was it. I think you just refuse to use small methods to split me. To spite me. Wait, I think you just refuse to use small methods to spite me. I mean, actually, this is, I mean, just ignoring that this is a for loops. Is it not that what we want to? I mean, the result is wrong, okay? But for in some way, we want to got. I mean, we want to check for every node, which is from A. No, this won't work. I haven't run through it in my head, but you're probably right. For every, but no, I mean the count is already too high, so I'm doing something wrong here. For node in this one from 0 to 9. So from every position we want to check when this node, this one, has a connection count which is bigger than 1, then we want to get the possible passes. So this is actually each connection. And then check if this connection is still leading to 9, to the current 9, and then we will do something. Well, just by looking at it, I can already tell you it's not gonna be that simple. I think the problem here is here. Because get ID path will gives you just the first possible way. The points that form the paths found by S are between the given points. The array is ordered from the starting point to the ending point of the path. If there is no valid path to the target and allow you change the second point's weight to 3, then the result will be 1 for 3. So that algorithm is gonna give you an array of visited nodes. Yes, rather than for each node, check if it has more than one child. I'm doing here. But not the first one. And did it count 0 and 9 also? Get point connections node. Um, Let's say this code ends up here. Then we check for each child, 5 and 5. If it can lead to the endpoint, yes, it can. And 5 also, it can. But if you run through it on your head, you are only checking the first 2 nodes from each node. We're going the full depth of the path in the other cases. Run through it on your head, you are only checking the first 2 nodes from each node. So you are getting that 5 split in my screenshot, but you are not getting that second split. This one? Why it's skipping that? Wait, for node and A star get ID passes. So this one will give us every position. So for this one, this one, this one, this one, and then it's checking just for one side, I think. So I think the problem here is that we are checking now just this. So this, or maybe it's just checking for this side. But it's checking just for one side. So get ID pass will just give us one possible way, rather than both possible ways. Right, we can go right also. It's fine. Yes. So we never end up at this 6 and never end up at this 7. So in this case, my code would leads to one possible, I mean, this code would leads to one possible way. But maybe not, because this 4 is here. And so also it will check for this one. Because this one has this connection and this connection. And in my code, it's checking for this connection. And then from here, it's checking also this path. But from there on, we don't checking this connections. From here on, we just checking until here, and then we check if this is possible, finished. But from here, we still checking through this one, this one, this one, if they have multiple passes. But this one we skip, and this one we skip. But that this is printing a way higher number than lower is making me thinking why it's printing a higher number. Um, So my idea before was rather than checking always until the end, we checking first every zero in this zero array and then check for the connection. And then zero. If dot size is bigger than 1. And then checking for each child there. But then my code would be even worse because then it has to make a for loop, which is like 9 for loops. Because now I want to check its connection, its connection, its connection, its connection, its connection. Okay, again, new function. Take in a starting ID and a destination ID. Can I not just use this one and just loop it? Like recursion? I forgot the word. No? Check. Check. Um, 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 um. Check pass, thank you. Bool. Now we got starting ID destination ID. And then we check. I mean, an empty array is false, right? No, but is empty is false or true. Huh? After if. Pass check. Path. Alright. If it's empty, it will be true. Um, mm, return? What? We don't need this to return a boolean, just return. Void one. And if it's not empty, then we want for node in path. We want to check it again. Um, Jumping ahead, we want the number of nodes at that ID. If it has more than one child element, loop over those elements and call check path again with the new ID. Wait. Jumping ahead, we want the number of nodes at that ID. So rather than checking if it's empty, we're checking if it's is bigger than 1. So 84 get the connections, not the A star. Oh yeah, um, for sure. Um, get connections, get point connections, ID node. So, and then we need for For node and path. Check path. So if size is bigger than 1, this one. Should be good, no? Just call check path from your 0 to 9. Okay, let's see. Um, an object of type bool. Uh, variable path. Wait. Oh yes, we need to go to return. Otherwise, um, um, I think there's a bit too much here. So if the path is not empty, this is a sample. This this has more possible passes than even numbers on the field. I think I'm miswriting something. And we even call it just when this has more than one connection, otherwise we'll just skip it. We should have an else here then. Or we just always need to do it. No, it will only check if 0 has a size over 1. I mean, which is higher than 1. Yeah, but we have to check this one. And you told me to delete this one. Wait. 0 has a size higher than 1. Wait. Wait, I messed up. Size? 0 has a size higher than 1. Yeah, you didn't do. I'm so lost at the moment. I mean, the thing is, I assume you are not seeing a mistake. You are only checking 0 if it has a size of more than 1. 1, 2, 3, 4 is here. Lines 91 and 92 are the problem here. Here we have the connections of the current node. And then for both or for every connection inside this array, we check the path again. You only want to do that if the node split aka if the size is bigger than 1. Right now you are calling check path on each iteration. Um, so you add 1 on 0, then again on 1, then again on 2. Alright. I mean, yes, it's makes sense. But there's still something not working here. So I think I still one more mistake. And right now we have more than double results. The actual result is 187. So there's still one thing missing. We check for each connection. The right answer is 81. I can double check that, but it should be 81. So we have two for loops now. Here we should also have, so we have 3. So when we have this sample, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think is the problem now that we add 1 for this one and for this one. So when it's splitting in the wrong direction, then it will also add it at least one time. I think. Um, so before we do the for loop, we have to check if each node connection, before we send it through the check path again, we have to check if the node connection still leads to the end. Let's go use that as our actual data input, because we know there's only 2. This one. Alright, I'll try it. Just a second. I'll try it to data sample. Just have to. So here, all right. Then we have 8, 8, 8, 8, 1. Then we have 2. I just have to be careful that there's no 8 touching a 7. Is there a better way for me? That's why the example said to use a dot. Wait. Right. But in some part of the code I convert. Not sure what will happen when I convert a dot to an int. It. Um. Zero. Oh. Oh. Wrong spot. Huh? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0? Just want to know what's happening when I convert it. Okay, it's converting everything to a 0. But even then it should have at least something. Huh? Did I miss something? Um, 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 um. Seems to be alright. Maybe I should take a 9 here. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, here it's 187. So here it's doing something, but here it's not doing something. Wait, how is it possible? How Nineberry appears on the screen without sending a message? Okay, never mind. What's wrong with our sample? Why it won't work? It's also going from 0 to 9. Or did I miss something? What's wrong here? Why it's happening? Can you put a breakpoint 2 steps through it? Yes. Where do you want me to do a breakpoint? Zero is 2. Zero has more. Zero is 2. ID 2? Wait, do I have the IDs here? Um, why a 0? Why there's a 0? Wait. So we have 0 has the idea of 4. $37 and $35. Starting ID is 4. Right, destination ID is 60. 60 is this one. This one will be 63, the last one. Alright, node is 36. Actually it should have 8 arrays. 6, yes. 37 and 35. 37 and 35. So it seems like it's working. I mean, it's checking both paths. Current node is 37 and 35. And we stop at the first loop for 37. To quote my previous menu, we aren't adding 1 when there isn't a split. We add a count when the starting ID is destination ID. When there's a split, which is just a failsafe. Adding 1 when there isn't a split. Nope, no else. Outside the loop scope. Yes, here. Okay. 4. Ah, because this one and this one is happening, right? I try removing it, but I don't think that's the issue. Yeah, I think now because now it's still 4, right? Okay, another idea. Wait, let's just go through it. How it can lead to 4 possible ways. When it's doing it from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's not doing this. I think I see how we are getting forward. I don't know what we messed up. Start and left side, start and right side, 5 left and 5 right end. Did we have to return after this one? So it won't adding it when this is happening? No, then it's just 1. Not in the loop. But that might actually fix it. This loop? Nope. 1 more indented. Here? But then we never added. Here. 2. Now try their sample. And 2 is right. Yes, 2 is right. And here it should be 81. We did it. It seems to be alright. $1,086. Woohoo! Woohoo! 2 stars. Great. Alright. So this one was leading to 1 point and this one, and then this one and this one. Alright. To add 1 point. And only when this is falling through, it will add a total count plus 1. Otherwise, it will return beforehand. But now I would like to know why we have this. Is it even necessary? What is when we just don't do this one? I mean, I understand this is just in case if this will always return. Like if there was 2 8s next to a 9. Was literally there just in case that it split on the last element. Like if there was 2 8s next to a 9. Like here, for example. But isn't that an also? I mean, that would be also fine to count this as the pass. So do I need 3 or 4,000 to get my Rubik's Cube outfit? 1,000 for hair, top, bottom, and logo. 3 or 4,000. If you want to, if you discard. Okay, alright, 1 second. Rubik's to got your Rubik's Cube outfit, and you need to change your hair. I mean, actually, you just need to change your hair, your shirt, and the pants. So that would be actually fine then. So 3,000. Shirt logo you don't need, except you want to have the Rubik's Cube logo on the middle one, like the original Rubik's Cubes also has. On the white side. Like at this logo here. That still would never trigger cause the start still isn't the end. I'll tell you what, I'll just redeem 4,000 and then leave the rest up to you of what you want to do. Wait, did you already buy it? Someone did something. Change shirt color. Alright, okay, just a change of the shirt color. Alright, how many points do you have already? I think you should already have enough points here. Not yet, I only have 3. Oh, alright. Oh, you spent all your points for levels, I forgot. I blew all of it on levels, and I already accept all of this request, so I can't give you the points back. But it's fine. So, I mean, how many hours you have to. When you're watching, you got every 5 minutes, you got like 10 points, right? Or every 10 minutes? I always forgot how the system works. Actually have an idea how to do. Two turrets got actually in hindsight. Now that still would never trigger, cause the start still isn't the end. Watch for 5 minutes plus 10. Alright, so you have to still watch a lot. Maybe there will be an inflation and the points, I mean, and the custom things would be more expensive. Randomly at this right time when you hit the 3000. Just kidding. Yeah, we did today's puzzle. Great. Work meeting, they're allowed. I have to join again after if you're still on. Actually, I plan to go offline right now. We did the puzzle and I already have to go to bed because wake up early tomorrow again. Like always, but it's fine. Thanks to everyone who was watching. Thank you very much. It was very nice. And I'm happy that we did both puzzles today. If you would like to support me and the game, as you know, you can wishlist it already on Steam. It will help me, it will help the game. Thanks for watching. Have a great night, day, evening, or whatever time it is where you are right now, and take care, everyone.